Ready? Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
All right, and I will see, where's my? Just give me 1 second. Here we go, and I'll check if other council colleagues are joining us. Councillor Wright is here with us.
Good morning.
And let me go through the list. Councillor Principe, you there?
Good morning.
Councillor Tang?
Good morning.
And that's it for now. Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Rutherford, you want to do that?
Sure. I move the adoption of the executive meeting agenda I move that the executive committee meeting agenda be adopted.
Okay. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the November 23rd, 2022 Executive Committee meeting.
Okay. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? Any protocol items? Seeing none, select items for debate. All right, who wants to go first? Okay, please sign up. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I believe we have speakers on items 7.1, 7.2, 7.4, so I'll select those. I'll also have a quick question on 7.3.
7.3, okay.
And I think that's it. We don't need to select motions pending, and I don't have questions on 9.1. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Rice?
I think there are only last one, 9.1.
You want to select 9.1? Okay. Okay, that is pretty much, no, not yet. Okay, can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you so much. And Clerk Norton, can you please read back to us what we have already approved?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. This morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendation of the following report without debate. Item 5.1, Land Development Policy Recommended Updates, has a revised due date of April 14th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. All right. Request to speak. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we hear from the following speakers on item 7.1, Frank Kiddup, on 7.2, David
Salpeter, and on 7-4, Carl Bellard and Bobby Labrie.
Okay, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So, none for request for specific time on the agenda. Any consular inquiries? Any consular inquiries? Seeing none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule, we already proved that. Unfinished business, none. Now we go into our first item on the agenda, which is 7.1, Edmonton Soccer Association Community Benefits and Access. I'll ask administration if they have any presentation or opening remarks. Then we'll go to the member of the public who's here to speak. Okay, make a presentation. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm just got 17 tabs open. Here I am. Today we're here to discuss this information report, which responds to the request at the August 24th, 2022 Executive Committee meeting for administration to bring forward a report outlining community benefits and access to the city-owned indoor soccer center facilities operated by Edmonton Soccer Association. The Edmonton Soccer Association is an integral part of the city's recreation network, providing spaces for children, youth, and adults, regardless of gender, race, or skill level, to be active through their participation in soccer and other sport and recreation activities. The association has worked in partnership with the City of Edmonton for over 3 decades to develop, operate, and maintain indoor and outdoor soccer facilities. While demand for indoor space for year-round training is high, allocation of time at soccer centers is transparent. Community access to the indoor soccer centers for soccer is primarily done through the Edmonton Minor Soccer Association and Edmonton and District Soccer Association. Soccer participants register with these groups by gender and age and are then assigned playing times by the association from among the block bookings they've secured with Edmonton Soccer Association. The majority of soccer players in the city are registered in one of these associations. The block bookings for these soccer groups and other historical users are accommodated first in the allocation model. All remaining time is then offered for casual bookings, and efforts are made to fill all available time through website updates, group emails, and word-of-mouth promotion. There is currently time available for casual use for any prospective user. In addition to soccer, these facilities are well used by other sports, including ball hockey, inline hockey, lacrosse, volt hockey, lawn bowling, field hockey, and school classes. As well, Free Play for Kids uses the venues for their programming and office spaces. And I have just learned that there is another use that is using, it's playing futsal, F-U-T-S-A-L, and it's played within the boards, but play restarts with kick-in if it hits the board. Anyways, the Dome, Victoria, and ourselves are active in these new opportunities as they come forward. So when I learned something new, I just wanted to share that with you. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for that, those opening remarks. And I will now ask Frank Kiddup. Frank Kiddup here, or joining us virtually.
I don't believe that Frank has joined us virtually and have not received word from him. Let me just, one quick moment, I'll see if our office can reach out to him.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
We haven't been able to reach Frank.
Okay,
but-
no worries. Then I'll call it once again if Frank Kiddup is present virtually or in the chamber. No, he is not. Then we will carry on to questions to administration. Councillor Knack, you exempted this. You want to go first? Yeah.
Sure, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I had a question that got sent to me, and I just wanted to ask it of you. I've heard some information about the Edmonton Inter-Youth Soccer Association, and I was wondering if anyone can provide any information about them. What I have had shared with me, and I want to get an understanding if it's accurate or not, is that the clubs from that soccer association were unable to get any play time, and so a lot of the youth that were part of that soccer association had to then shift to other associations because they couldn't get any. And I don't know if that's accurate, or I don't know the ins and outs, but I was wondering if someone can provide any detail on that.
I don't have any information about that, but I can certainly follow up. I'm not sure if Adrian Newman is on the line. That is the CEO of Edmonton Soccer Association. I know that they were hoping to join, but I'm not sure if they're available. They might have some insight, but if not, we could take that away, and I could find that out for you.
Okay. Yeah. If nobody's here, that's okay.
I think there's some bird. Is there anyone joining us as part of delegation from the Soccer Association? Linda?
Mr. Newman expects to be joining within about 5 minutes.
And are you able to answer this question?
No, I'm not familiar with the Inter-Youth Association.
Okay, we'll come back to that question then.
Yeah, that's my main question,
Okay,
so I
no
can
worries.
come back when they're on. Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
Should we bring another one forward then?
No, he'll be here in 5 minutes. I'll see if there are any other questions related to it. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. I've also been hearing a few rumblings, and just want to get some clarity for my own understanding in terms of how the city is partnering with the ESA. So do we have, well, first of all, the governance structure of the ESA, are there opportunities for public appointment? Like, can members of the community seek to be part of that organization?
Again, those questions about the internal governance of those associations, I don't have line of sight on, but if someone from that organization comes, I would ask that you maybe ask them, sorry.
Okay, and then for us, do we have any performance measures that we evaluate ESA on?
I will have to ask the team if that's the case. I know that we are pleased with the utilization rates of the indoor soccer centers, that there's access happening and that they're being well used. But perhaps Jill, do you have any information?
Not exactly performance measures, but we do take information on admissions, prices. So we're in touch with them regularly on those specific items.
Okay, and so do we know what the utilization is?
Yes. Are you looking specifically for soccer?
Just in terms of all the spaces, I guess. Just what utilization thresholds we're at.
Yeah, we have them for each individual center. So we have rough numbers for them, and according to the type of sport is being played. So for an example, for West Soccer Center for 21-22 season, there was a total of approximately 6,000 users. So at about 88% utilization rate.
Okay, great. But we don't have any specific performance targets, like we want to see 95% utilization this year, just in terms of looking to increase the awareness that there's availability to help connect groups that are maybe currently underserved?
I think it's our both mission to collaborative mission to fill them. So we do efforts. I mean, largely this is Edmonton Soccer Association reaching out to partners to try to fill the centers as much as possible. So at 88% of maximum utilization for winter and 27% in the summer. So winter is definitely their whole season.
And what is the revenue sharing? Does the ESA keep all the revenue from the bookings?
If Adrian, are you on the line? So yes, they do keep the funds that come from the associations, but I'm not sure what the cost split is between the member organizations. Adrian would have to comment on that.
Okay, and maybe just a similar line, just around capital maintenance responsibilities. I've heard concerns about the turf quality and the rate of replacement for those. So again, just wondering if that's a responsibility of ESA or if that's capital funding on our part.
That's the responsibility of Edmonton Soccer Association.
So I guess, yeah. So what are the mechanisms again if we have if turf quality is an issue, what mechanisms does the city have to ensure that ESA takes appropriate steps to address that?
In the past, we've had the Community Facility Partner Capital Grant, which was a source of to provide opportunity for the associations to apply for that, which would help in the capital costs to replace the fields. As you're aware, that was supported in this last operating budget, so that will be available to them in 2023. So that is a mechanism where the city can support capital upgrades like that.
Okay, but they don't have obligations to use the revenue that they're generating to reinvest in the buildings?
I'll just ask Ms. Borak if she can comment on the capital cost replacement within the agreement. Is there one, Linda?
Well, the association is required to contribute to a capital reserve from their operating dollars, which they do. And so that fund can be used jointly by the city and the ESA to cover off capital expenditures as the need arises. And I believe Mr. Newman may have joined. We can do a double check. No, maybe not.
Okay, not to worry. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Mr. Newman, are you there? Not yet. Okay, no worries. Councillor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I think this is a continued conversation, and back to the August, and we had that debate. I do want to make sure, and because this report provides the additional benefits, and then regarding the accessibility and for other partners, other programs, and in the community, can you tell me a little bit more about how this report demonstrates that additional benefits for the community to use those facilities?
Sure. So the primary user groups of these soccer centers are, as we've mentioned, the Edmonton Minor Soccer Association that does youth and high performance and club, the Edmonton and District Soccer Association, which focuses on adults. We also have Ball Hockey Edmonton, Edmonton Inline Hockey, Greater Edmonton Lacrosse, Volt Hockey, which is in the South Expansion only. Free Play for Kids uses those spaces for basketball, floor hockey, and soccer. And the other users also include lawn bowling, field hockey, school classes, and casual users.
So this type of accessibility we didn't have in the past. This is after extend the needs and we add the new services. This is new or already exists in the past.
I think it's been evolving, and as more users come forward with requests, we are trying to balance that allocation to be as equitable and accessible as possible.
So I'm a little bit struggling to understand, and then after those, how many months, 5 months, and what's improvement and for the accessibility and the benefits. I do want to see that distinction and between now and the last debate we had back in the summertime.
Sure. Jill, would you be able to answer what has changed since August?
Sorry, I think we need Adrian here to comment because he is the one working directly with all of the community associations. I think he's, Free Play for Kids is growing within the current spaces. We know that the new surfaces have increased capacity for particularly ball hockey, which struggled to find some space to play. So the two new surfaces at the South Soccer Center have allowed growth and more networking within the community with all of the organizations that Ms. Flaman had suggested there.
Yeah, this is not very clear and then reflecting in the report. What's the difference? What's the improvement? And based on the concern we heard back in the summer regarding the benefits and for the different community partnership and also the accessibility and for the different partnership in the community as well. So I think I will start there. I will stop there for that question, but I do have the few other questions regarding the accountability, how our city, because we actually provide lots of investment on this type of things. And then I have comment on the top of the Councillor Stevenson's question. So ESA provided $20 million for the total cost for the capital. And from the operating model perspective, so does they cover all the maintenance and operating costs? We don't provide any support for that. So is that understanding correct?
So the ESA is responsible for maintenance of all the facilities with the exception of structural and roof repairs.
So we still have the responsibility on that piece. So do you know what's the cost annually for that?
I'll ask the team if they can provide that information.
We don't have the costs for the city at this time, but we can certainly get that and provide that to you.
Okay. So we don't have specific performance measures in place, and then we don't have the number and for the annually cost for certain maintenance. And so that means the information is still not fully complete and reflect what's the question we asked last time. And in this report, is that safe to say that?
If there are outstanding questions, we'd be happy to follow up with you and provide what we can.
Okay. Okay, that's my question so far.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'll check again. I know Mr. Newman was supposed to be part of the delegation, right, Jennifer?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Okay, good. All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. Just following up on the structural and roof that we're responsible for, are these facilities included in the report that we got, and I don't have it handy, in regards to the other city-owned facilities and sort of the assessment that was done? I know we got a big report from IIS about the state of other city-owned facilities.
And committee members, if you have specific questions to Mr. Newman, just please mention that at the start of the question so he's prepared to answer those.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So these are, the soccer centers are city facilities that are leased. So when we report on infrastructure and renewal, they are included in that, is my understanding.
Okay, maybe I'll have to check back on that report and see sort of what state they were in when the assessment was done. And are the financials for Edmonton Soccer Association, are those public or are they financial statements?
Yes.
They are?
We send them to the city as soon as the audit report is signed, and that was done in December.
Oh, so they're available to the city, but not necessarily to the public?
On to the members of the organizations, they get a full review of the financial statements before and they have to sign it on the balance sheet. So it goes to our members. Members of the public, it would be an unusual request, but if somebody wanted to see them, they would be able to come to the office and review the financial statements there.
Okay, and so in order to be a member with you, that would be EMSA and EDSA?
Yes, EMSA and EDSA are our members and their board of directors, so they're all privy to all the information.
So like if the Indoor Lawn Bowling Club wanted to see them, they would have to come to the office?
We've never had a request from them for that, but they would be welcome. Yes, they would be welcome.
Okay. And I'm just also wondering, Mr. Newman, when we're talking about the utilization, I'm looking at the schedules online here, and I see that, you know, daytime weekday hours are pretty well available. Is there anything that you've done maybe to connect with the schools or anything like that that could use it during the daytime?
We do. The schools have always used our facilities over the last 25 years.
Okay.
Used it during the day as well as the lawn bowlers, and now free play for kids. They use it during the day. Okay. What's changed is that when the Dome for Scottish was opened, the club's system used to play midweek in the evenings, and they moved all their league games to the Dome. And so what we got was practices. The Scottish actually moved a lot of their training camps over to us instead. But there are gaps, so we have to market it, which we do. We offer promotions, and we blast out emails, and we often quite successful in filling in them. But there isn't a lot of open because EDSA starts at about 8 o'clock, and they use pretty much all the time. There's the odd night where they're not playing. So, but from next year, we've been advised that EMSA has already decided that all the age groups, under 10s, under 8s, under 6s, all of those younger groups, they're going to be moved back into the boarded soccer, into our facilities. And and we're also going to be getting futsal played in our facilities, which is a requirement of Canada Soccer, that some of the club systems who applied a national license, club license, they must participate in a futsal program. So there's some good news on the horizon for next year, but it's been tough since COVID. We lost probably a whole generation of 14 to 17-year-olds that dropped out during that time, and those ones are not coming back. But the younger ones are registering, and we're getting a lot of growth again at the youngest age groups, and gradually as they get older, it will start to rebound. Okay. That's our analysis of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then in regards to capital costs that the city might incur for structural or roof repairs, what is the state of those facilities? And I've only got about 30 seconds left.
All right. Yeah, no, the capital reserve has always been used instead of the city fundings for the last 10 years. But right now, we wiped out our capital reserve due to the losses that we incurred over the last few years from COVID and in the slow recovery. So right now, all the buildings are very well maintained, so there's no expectation of large capital expenditure on roofs for the next few years. But of course, the west is the oldest building, the West Centre. So at some point, the roof could be an issue. Okay. But it's always still maintained.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Newman. Just maybe picking up on that, I have heard some concerns about the turf quality and just its lack of springiness, just having an impact on people's joints. I understand the replacement plan is sort of one field per year. Just wondering if that's feedback you've also heard, and what approach you're maybe considering to accelerate that.
Well, there's no question that when we introduced a new type of surface at the west on Field 1, it was much better from a safety point of view in terms of reducing chances of injuries. And so when we did the new south expansion, the soccer field that's there is exactly the same, the new system. So the next priority will be to add one at the east, that will be the next priority. So then we will have one of the good surfaces at 3 different centers. But it's very expensive. You know, it's nearly $200,000 to put in the new system. So we have to do some funding. We have to apply for provincial grants and that type of thing. So it will be over the long haul. We will gradually, as a carpet runs out, it will be replaced with the new turf system.
Okay, and again, what's sort of the horizon that you're projecting for that?
Well, I'd say the east will probably be in the following fiscal year. Won't be this year, but from the September 2023 to August 31st, 24, there's a chance that we may be able to do the east.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate.
But again, that will just be one field, you know.
Yeah, and I think, I understand. I think there's about 14 fields, so just wanting to ensure it doesn't take 14 years to.
No, but there's only 12 soccer fields, right? Because there are 2 that are all year round concrete now for the ball hockey and lacrosse and inline.
Sure, but again, one field per year is 12 years before they're all replaced?
Oh, it will take a lot of time because financially, unless we were getting some grants from a source specifically to do some of these things, it has to be done on a cash flow basis that can be managed. So the priority is to get the east, and then we'll revisit it. Hopefully, if registration starts to pick up again and the financial situation improves, then we can look at trying to do it as closer to every other year or once a year. But that would be, just think of it, 12 times 200,000. That's $2.5 million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that speaks to maybe the opportunities for users to provide their feedback and the broader governance of ESA. So forgive me for not knowing this, but what is the governance structure of ESA in terms of public appointments to the board?
Okay, the board of directors is comprised of 4 nominees from EBMSA, Edmonton Minor Soccer, and 4 from the seniors from the Edmonton District Soccer Association. And then they elect a president, and basically I'm, as the chief executive officer, accountable to the board of directors and through the president. So that is the structure. There is no currently, there's no public representation on, but we do have very close liaison with the city staff. So Jill, who you know, and Linda Burek, they're our main contacts. But going back when the facilities were first built, there was provision for the city to have somebody represented at our meetings, but that dropped off at some point at the city's request.
Yeah, no, that's helpful to know. So it's nominees from sort of the major groups using the facilities, I suppose.
Yes.
So it seems that again, if other groups are not being well served or they want a different model, they don't really have an opportunity to take part in the governance structure, if I'm understanding correctly.
Well, that's an oversimplification. For instance, Bull Hockey has been our partners, facility partners, for over 20 years. And we have an excellent relationship with them. We meet with them separately with the 2 leaders of that organization. And we listen to all their requests and we accommodate them all the time. Lacrosse has been reducing their utilization, but as a stakeholder in the new facility, they've now become an active member again. And again, we've been working with them to get their programs up and running, and they expect to be even busier next year. So we meet them on an as-need basis. There's never been an issue as far as access to or decision-making. The soccer, of course, by the bylaws and everything, that's the members-driven society, and, we act accordingly. But management meets with all the groups whenever there's a need.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So and thanks for joining. One of the questions I had asked of me, and I just wanted to get any information you have, Mr. Brennan, is the Edmonton Inter-Youth Soccer Association. I had a question about that organization because from what was relayed to me, and I don't know if it's accurate, and that's why I just wanted to put it to you, is
Sure.
that it was suggested to me that their clubs had difficulty getting any play time, and that caused challenges for that association. And so I just wanted to find out from you if you can share any details around how that works, how other associations...
That is completely incorrect.
Okay, thank you.
From the very beginning, ESA had a chance to be one of the 3 organizations to become a member of our side, and they voted not to.
Okay.
But we nevertheless, as a public facility, we never turn anybody away, and we had ESA playing in our buildings for many years. But over the time, Victoria Soccer Club turned out to be there when they added 2 fields indoor. That became the base for the ESA clubs to play in the winter, and then it got expanded with Scottish. So ESA the last few years have been playing at the Scottish and at the Victoria, and we haven't had any requests for bookings at our facilities. But that is going to change now because all the clubs from ESA have joined EMSA now, and so they're all under the auspices of EMSA, and we already know that we're getting requests from all the ESA clubs who are now part of EMSA to want to do tryouts and things like that in our facilities in March. and use our outdoor facilities, which they have been able to do in the past. And in next year in indoor, that they will be playing futsal in our facilities.
Okay.
So it's a misconception.
No, that's helpful. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask what had been asked of me. So the other question then, just generally speaking, whether ESA or let's assume there's a soccer organization X wants to access the space. What's sort of the general process now if a new association were to exist? Because it sounds like ESA's, like you say, has now come under the banner of EMSA. But if there were to be a new association, what would their requirement be to go and access playtime in facilities?
Yeah, they can make a phone call. They can fill out a booking request form. We have space, as has been noted, so we're not turning anybody away. Okay. But what we do is we give priority at the beginning of the season. We wait for EMSA and EDSA to submit their block booking requests based on their registrations. Those are filled in first. We then have a system where the zones representing the different communities are given priority based on their previous usage. Then we have what's called block bookers who have been with us for many years, and if they want to return, then they're given priority over their grandfathered slots. Everything else is then available for public booking, and we accept them by phone calls, by email, and eventually we will go to an online booking system. But we've had some technical issues over the last couple of years, so we're not currently offering an online booking system. They can check it on our website so they know what's available, but then they have to make a phone call afterwards.
Okay, I appreciate that information. I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for joining us. I do have a quick question about the partnership and also reflect on the accessibility and between ESA and then community leagues. So community leagues union, and then they organize their own summer soccer programs, but for the indoor soccer facility. And can you tell me a little bit more about the utilization and from community leagues and specifically?
Yes. No, I mean, as you know, nearly every community league through the Federation Community Leagues was joined EMSA for many, many years. In the last few years, there's a few communities that chose themselves not to participate through Edmonton Miners Soccer. They are free to request bookings from us, but obviously the EMSA has the first kick at allocating the times. But whatever's left over, we accept bookings from anyone. So I think in the north side, there was a group of 3 communities that pulled out about 3 years ago. But they're welcome. They're welcome to join us at any time.
What I heard, and then I attended a few AGMs and in the community leagues. What I heard is right now, and they have some challenging to book indoor soccer facility, and then for them to run in like the wintertime soccer programs. So I don't know if you can provide some like comment on that.
I think,
and specifically, and under EFCL, we have over 160 community leagues.
Yes. No, and I say nearly every community league is represented through EMSA, different age groups. I think where the shortage is in the non-boarded soccer, that Scottish, the Dome has no space available anymore for accepting any other bookings. They're fully booked. So I suspect that's where the problem is. But we've always had availability in the last 3 to 4 years.
Okay.
So we never turn anyone away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So, Mayor Sohi, I would like to put the motion refer this report back and to the administration to include more information and based on the question we asked, and then the more information about the performance measures and also the accessibility improvement and also the sorry for my English, didn't say English for long, speak too much Chinese recently. Annual cost for the maintenance and including some like turf quality concerns we have, and also the utilization data as well. So if I could refer this report back to include all the information.
So I think we're going to need a very specific motion on what you're looking for, because this report today here was intended to be about the engagement done and access to the facilities. And so if we're now into annual costs, we need some specific direction on what you're looking for us to bring back.
Yeah, okay. Well, Councillor Rice, I would suggest that if you're going to be making a referral motion, that if you could work with clerks to kind of really focus on what you're looking for, right, and specific direction, because broad direction, as I understand, is not something that will be helpful, but you can work with the clerks to help.
As I mentioned, I would like the few pieces of information to reflect it. It's not only about annual cost. First one is accessibility improvement, and then because this report right now, I cannot say what's the difference, what is the additional accessibility improvement, and reflect based on the debate we had back to the summer. And then also the performance measures and for utilization data, and based on the question my colleague, council colleague asked today. Another one, the third part is the annual cost for the capital maintenance, and then specific concern about the turf quality. So I would like to have this type of information to include it.
And that's fine. I need it in the form of a motion.
And then thank you, Kirk, and then if I can get some word on this. And then also I'm open to any of my colleagues if you have something to add it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Mr. Newman,
yes.
Is the registration coming back now after going through the difficulty through the COVID?
Well, it's going to take, a lot of the sports experts think it's going to take multiple years to really recover. I mean, as I say, we lost a whole bunch of teenagers who found other things to do. And so we're not getting those back. They're not going into senior soccer. We've lost a lot of teams, but there's very good growth at the youngest level, and gradually that will work through the system, and very confident in the longer term that we will get back to close to where we were before. Can I just add one thing about the improvements? This was not stressed enough. Before the South expansion was taking place, there was only one field in the whole of City of Edmonton available for the concrete sport groups. With the South expansion was done, we have now doubled their capability of offering winter programs, fall and winter programs. So that's a significant improvement just there on the concrete field. And on the soccer side, it now allows a lot more teams to practice. Before it was just games. Now a lot of teams who want to are able to have a training session as well as a game. So those are the main improvements.
Yeah. As far as the leagues are concerned, they're able to access your facility, whether they go through the member organization or if they're not part of the member organization.
Correct.
Have you turned any league away from accessing your facility?
No.
You haven't.
We've never turned anybody away. The only thing we would have a problem with is if they request a specific time slot that was already reserved by the leagues. That's the only issue. If they're willing to take the unbooked hours, then they get them.
Yeah. And then you have community organizations like the Pusha that I think you're familiar with, right?
Yes.
Like they access your facility as well, right?
Yes. We've got a lot of the ethnic groups do some of their activities there. And as you know, we have a mini World Cup event that is run every year. And the building is packed to the seams with all the groups and their spectators. It's a great event. So that's open to everybody in the city.
Okay. And you work very closely with other partners, and you have a good relationship with them. Have any of the partners identified any of the issues around accessibility with you?
No, not at all. As far as accessing our facility, as I say, the Scottish Dome was very popular, and they play without the boards, and so they've reached their capacity already. But it's not our facility. People can. We have more. We're constantly having to do promotions to get people to say, "Hey, you can come in for 25% lower than the normal rate," that type of thing. So we're actively marketing it.
Okay. But if the Scottish club has accessibility, I mean, if they're already booked fully, you don't have, you have nothing to do with that, like it's, you don't
No,
run
we
that.
have nothing to do with that. The only thing we do is we all, being in soccer, like last night I met with the executive director of the Victoria Club and the Scottish Dome, and we were discussing ways that we can collaborate better together, sharing information and maybe lowering the cost for parents to attend our facilities and working together. So we do that type of thing. We collaborate. But we don't have any, all our facilities is boarded soccer, Scottish is non-boarded. Okay. So it's two different games.
Yeah. Another question I have is related to the downtown and surrounding areas where generally there's a lack of facilities within those areas for whether it's basketball courts or, you know, other amenities. Are you seeing any, are you seeing any trends where accessibility for core communities becoming an issue? Not because of because they don't have access to current
No, I understand,
facilities.
but like, well, financially and facility-wise, yeah, there isn't a lot for them. I mean, there's the Commonwealth Stadium is a good location for people to, you know, book and practice. Free Play for Kids does offer programs where they pick up people right from the schools, and so they offer after-school programs, and they are based at our facility in the east on Victoria Trail. So they do a great job of looking for helping on, you know, the underrepresented communities.
Yeah. But do you think we could use some additional facilities in the core?
I'm sure, yes. I mean, obviously people prefer to be able to go closer to where they live, that's for sure. And you have a model now, right? You're meant to be providing facilities within 15 minutes of anyone in the city.
Yeah. Okay, that's something to probably, we have I think a report coming back on core communities and infrastructure needs. Okay, good. No, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll go to Councillor.
Okay.
Don't go away yet.
Right.
We have more questions.
Okay. Okay.
Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, just two questions. Ms. Padbury, has the scope for that one, the audit on accessibility been created with the city auditor yet? Because are things like this included in that accessibility audit when because we're talking about potential referral back motion with discussions of accessibility, but I'm wondering if that audit, would that include that, or will it specifically be city facilities, not recreation we offer in partnership?
I would have to check that. I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And can I clarify, just so I understand, accessibility, you mean in terms of everyone in the community having access, or is this about able-bodiedness?
Both and.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we'll have to go back and check, but I think it's important. I just want to share that although I have a newfound love for pickleball as like the fastest growing sport in North America, soccer is the most popular sport in the city. And our partners that we have, they are operating like at 88% utilization is a pretty incredible number. And our partners make this possible. If it was up to us as a city to try to do this,
sorry to interrupt. I just want to be mindful of my time, and that's not a question I was asking.
My apologies.
So, yeah, just apologize. Again, just if we could get clarity, just trying to think about whether we're kind of creating two parallel things is just what I'm trying to consider there. And then my question, one of the questions I have is, of all the sports that were mentioned, one that was not mentioned was football. And I know, for example, recently came to light through talking to the North Edmonton Football Association that the Clairview or Jumpstart Rec Center is not a place that they are able to play football, even though that's what it was originally intended to be, both soccer and football. So I guess I'm wondering, are the facilities that are run for the soccer, how come football isn't one of them? But I as somebody that's naive to sports, can somebody break that down for me? Why football wouldn't be having access to these facilities?
We have had flag football involved before, and but it's up to, as I say, if they approached us, we would entertain it. There's nothing structurally why we couldn't have football played, you know, modified football, of course, because of the size of the field.
Yeah, I think having boards constrains, I think,
It does, yeah.
not a football player.
I'm not either. I'm not either, but I know that there's lots of sports that want space, and we're all vying for the same spaces. So how do we, what I'm trying to figure out here today is how do we work together best to best serve Edmontonians, right? That's what I'm trying to
Absolutely.
figure out. And so I think, whether it's, accepting this for information, I guess my question to administration, are you hearing some of what we're hearing from community members about maybe concerns around accessibility, time slots, different diversity of groups that are getting access, when they're getting access, able-bodiness, but I mean even like diversity in terms of, are there LGBT soccer teams, and are they getting, what time slots are they getting, those kind of things. So I guess just I'm asking if this report is received for information today, will you still take that away to percolate on that?
We are always working towards increasing access, increasing more participation. We are, like all municipalities, like all sports, there is greater demand than there is supply. And so that tension about allocation and trying to honor like the little ones, because they're not going to be up at 11 p.m., right? So there's prime time when we look at our fees to make sure that they're competitive and fair, and so we're trying to balance all of these different things, but the bottom line is there is always more demand than there is supply. There's always going to be competition then for those prime time spots, and we're always taking a community lens, an equity lens, an anti-racist lens to try to ensure that the most people can benefit from these public spaces.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I would have a...
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, I'm just wondering, we're just talking about the different kinds of sports. Is cricket available to be played in the domes? I think it'd be small, not able in the soccer centers, but in the domes, is it?
Yes, but we have nothing to do with the dome, as say, so that's for them. But I believe they've gone out and had certain special events, and there's no reason why they can't play under the dome. Correct.
Okay, but the boarded facilities.
And at our outdoor facility, they could put down the mat, and like they do in the park sometimes.
Okay.
That would be fine as well.
Okay, but in the boarded facilities, the East and the Victoria Trail and that, there's...
No, we haven't had any requests from them. Again, the space doesn't really fit for that. Yeah.
And then I'm also wondering just about public use. I was actually taken aback, I think during budget when I asked about how much public availability for our indoor rinks, and I was told an hour a week. Is there any sort of, like for public skating, I'm just wondering, is there any public use like just for pickup games, or anybody can just drop by?
Absolutely. As an example, I play walking soccer, which is available only for the 55 and overs. And it's very casual. They know it occurs on a Wednesdays, and you just have to drop by.
Okay.
And we have the Edmonton Sport and Social Club organizes and plays in our facilities as well. There's no problem. I mean, it's as if a group wants to organize a drop-in type of program, they just have to contact us, and we book the facility. We just rent the facilities out, right? All these other leagues and associations, they're the ones that provide the programming. We provide the space.
Okay, so but there's nothing, like you wouldn't be able to provide the space like just to have open availability. It has to be booked through a group, is that right?
Well, somebody has to be responsible for the booking. We've done certain things sometimes with local businesses nearby who want to have a lunch drop-in program, and that is possible.
Okay.
Because we've got staff in the building anyway. But
so there wouldn't be any additional operational costs. You've got staff there on hand all the time.
No, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we can offer that at any time. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the motion for referral back. I think there's sort of enough questions for me, or just wanting to get a better grasp, given that these are city assets, and just wanting to ensure we have a really clear line of sight in terms of how they're being used. I'm wondering, my understanding is that it's the partner organizations, EDSA and EMSA, that are really responsible for the programming. Is that the case, Mr. Newman?
Yes.
So I'm just
That's correct.
wondering, just to our administration, in collecting some of that additional information, is it possible to connect directly with those organizations, and also just to understand how the governance structure is working for them as well? I have to confess, I'm a bit uncomfortable with the board being comprised solely of nominees from those two organizations. I think that limits the ability for other groups, emerging groups, community groups to be part of the decision-making and governance process. So maybe just a consideration as that work is going through. Mr. Newman, I did also just want to speak to online booking. I know that continues to be a barrier. The only way for people to book is to call the office or maybe email as well. Just wondering what progress is being made on online booking.
Yeah, well, we just before COVID, we started a project with a company called Intelligence, who I think did some work with the city. But our kind of setup is proving to be very complicated for them. And we don't want to offer the online programming until we're happy that we can get the reports on utilization and that we need for our financial systems and accounting. And right now we're having problems with that. We may have to decide to go with the online booking just by itself, but that would mean we'd be having to input every booking into two different systems, one that's capable of giving us our reports and one that's easy for the public to book and see what's available. So we're trying to avoid that, so it's taking time.
And do you have a timeline in terms of when you're sort of committed to having an online booking system up and running?
Well, we're already, I'd say, over a year behind schedule. So we're trying to work through some of the problems. We have, a very small staff, and they have their busy times where they're dealing with all the stuff just from an operational point of view. We don't have the luxury of somebody who can be dedicated just to that project. So they have to fit it in within their regular duties. So it's a bit challenging, to be honest.
Okay. And then just a last one, just speaking of the different sports, can roller derby be accommodated on the hard surface?
Yes. We've had roller derby in before. In fact, we reached out to them. There was some time slots available for them, and they were going to get back to us. But they haven't yet firmed up a booking. Of course, in the summer months, we take out the turf, and virtually all the facilities have concrete fields that are available that are not fully utilized by ball hockey. So we would welcome roller derby coming back into the facility.
Great. That's very helpful to know. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the questions to administration and to the delegation from the soccer association. Great. Thank you so much for joining us. The sense I get is that, Mr. Newman, that you haven't said no to anyone so far, right? So, I mean, she's gone. Okay. All right. Okay. Right on. Okay. Is there motion on the floor? Is there somebody moving a referral motion?
I'm still waiting for the wording.
So I just put some wording in the chat for you. It might just need a few tweakments, but in lieu of a referral motion, as this report is related to something different, I thought you could just have a motion to bring forward a new report instead of referring this one back, as the topics you wanted to include were quite different. Yep, sure. So what I was just saying is, in lieu of a referral motion for this report, I would suggest a new report for the motion, because the current report being discussed is quite different to what Councillor Rice indicated she wants to bring forward.
You would suggest that we vote on this, approve this, and make a subsequent motion?
You could receive this one for information and make a subsequent motion, or you can just make a subsequent motion in lieu of receive for information.
Okay. So what would you prefer, Councillor?
I just preferred to refer back, and because I heard my colleagues, and then we still have some questions, and then I would put the motion right now on the floor, and before received as information. Subsequent makes more sense. So you're okay for subsequent?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Then I can move the receive as information and move the subsequent.
Good. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to receive it for information. Okay, anyone to speak? I just want to say a few words. I really appreciate the partnership of the Soccer Association with the city. I have been a soccer coach in my volunteer life and worked with a number of community organizations that were not part of the Soccer Association. They were just, came up, a bunch of friends came together and kind of an informal group of people, but whenever we needed to access the facilities, we were always welcomed. And I know a number of other organizations that are using the soccer facilities. So I have not heard any concerns about accessibility to these facilities. And Soccer Association's membership is very diverse. They come from all backgrounds and is growing, and they've been accommodating to this. So I really want to anyone listening that we really appreciate the work that you're doing. Yes, we have some issues around concerns about accessibility, and I think this report answers those concerns. We can always improve, and I think the Soccer Association is committed to improving, and they will do so. I think, and so I want to thank them for the work. I look forward to subsequent, but I can tell you that I would not be supporting it. Because we have a lot of other work to be undertaken by the administration. I think we need to be laser focused on coming out of the, maybe I'll speak to that when a subsequent motion comes, right? But that's all I have to say. Councillor Rice to speak, if you want to close. Yeah.
I will speak and when subsequent motion comes.
Good, okay, all right. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now Councillor Rice, your subsequent, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I move that administration work with Edmonton Soccer Association provide a report to committee outline performance measures and utilization data, options to increase community accessibility and participation in unbooked times, and the details on the allocation of the costs and for maintenance, including turf maintenance. This is a motion and for the subsequent, and then would you like me introduce right now or you?
It's on the screen now, so Councillor Rice, please go ahead and make the introduction.
I will be very brief, and we already discussed, and we already heard lots of questions from myself and my colleagues. And then this motion actually is not demonstrated or not send a message to ESA and say they're not doing a good job. And I agree, and with Mayor Sohi, your comments, and then I really appreciate their great work they provided to our Edmontonians to support the quality of life and also for many improvements in the sports facility. And then, however, and from accountability perspective, we do need to make sure we get the best value and for our city to invest it into the community, and also we get the equal access and then for everybody to feel that way. I heard very clearly, yes, we never turn away anybody, but the accessibility issue we still keep hearing and from the community members. And then that is actually this motion and the report come back, the information will provide the opportunity for us to look at from operational perspective, is there any efficiency could improve? Is there any change we could make to address the concerns we heard? And so I think the continuous improvement is always good sense, and for the public and for the organization who actually provide this type of services to our community. So that is why. Okay, my time is out.
Thank
and
you,
then I
encourage
my colleagues support this.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, questions to the on subsequent?
Yeah, I really appreciate it coming forward. I just I'm wondering if so I think a piece that would be missing from this report would just be connecting, we just got an email in our inbox from a soccer association that's facing difficulties accessing these facilities. Again, I think it's really important that we're also speaking to EDSA and EMSA, and then these other stakeholder soccer associations as well. So just wondering if it would be friendly to the mover, just at the end of this, or I'm trying to figure out the best wording, and I'd appreciate any input, but just, you know, and reach out to stakeholders, including EDSA, EMSA, and others, other sports stakeholders to understand their experience with the current governance model. Yeah?
It's fine.
Okay. If that was captured and could be added, that would be great.
Yes, so if you could just repeat once more, and did you want the specific stakeholders that you listed as well, or just?
Happy to leave it broad. I think there's an understanding of which stakeholders we intend. So just reach out to stakeholders to understand their experience in accessing the facilities and interacting with the governance structure.
Thank you. We will update that on the board.
Thank you. And there's no timeline for it to return back to when?
13 weeks leads us up to May 3rd Executive Committee, so beginning of May.
Okay. I just have some questions to administration, recognizing the number of motions coming out of the budget and huge task in front of you to tackle OP12 that requires a lot of resources, a lot of focus. Just want to know your capacity to respond and the timelines required.
If this is a priority for executive committee, we will move our priorities to accommodate this. If we can get a bit more time, I will always take it, of course. But I will leave it to your judgment. If this is something that is really pressing, we certainly can work to that May deadline. But if we could have a couple more months, I won't say no.
I think actually the more I think about it, a couple more months might help us align what we're doing here with some of the decisions that you're going to be making as part of OP12.
So can we do it, say, third quarter 2023?
Yes, that can work.
Okay, third quarter 2023? Yeah, okay, yeah. Councillor Stevenson, you have a question?
Yeah, maybe just in terms of that alignment, I believe that the real estate group is also doing a review of their licensing to nonprofits, leasing of facilities to nonprofits. They're doing a review on that as well?
Yeah, and I think that even that will be folded in as part of,
OP12.
like, connect that all to OP12. So
Great.
as much as we can align those things, we will.
Excellent, yeah, and if the third quarter gives the opportunity for that, that sounds great.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. Any more questions on this? Right, okay. All right, so we have a subsequent motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Yeah. All right, quickly, recognizing, like, I want to speak to this and also probably maybe broad comment as well, right? I understand, I appreciate that we're willing to look at this in a more extended time frame instead of a 13-week time frame, and giving administration more time and having the return due date in the third quarter of 2023. I think that's appreciated, and I might support because of that, but I want to make a comment. I know we have a huge task in front of administration to tackle some of the very important issues that this council has identified. And one of those issues is finding efficiencies and transitioning close to $240 million from existing resources to council's new priorities around climate change, on social housing, and support affordable housing, on investing in public transit, into other core services. I think we need to be very careful how much additional work we create for administration in the meantime that work is being undertaken. And we need to be very laser focused on those outcomes, right? So I think we need to give as much flexibility to administration and a much ability for them to focus on that, right? So I will support this because the timelines are more extended, but I just want to make that comment for all of us to consider as we undertake our other committee works as well, right? Okay, good. Okay, Councillor Rice to close.
Last and ahead. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Okay, now we are done with 7.1. Now we are on to our second item, 7.2, Maple Ridge Industrial Stage 6 Revolving Industrial Servicing Fund Extension. Okay. Is there a presentation from administration or opening remarks?
Short opening remarks.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm here today joined by Mark Pivovar, Director of Subdivision and Development Coordination, and Andrea Schimler, Development Engineer of Development Servicing. I'll pass to Mr. Pivovar to provide some opening remarks.
Good morning, members of committee and council. Maple Ridge Industrial Stage 6 is a light industrial development located at 17th Street and the newly constructed 58th Avenue. This development is part of the Revolving Industrial Servicing Fund, also known as RISF. The program was created by council in 2009 to encourage development, including the construction of buildings, through financial incentives. Under the program, a development could receive a rebate of up to $4 million per project. In the case of Maple Ridge Industrial Stage 6, an exemption was approved by City Council to increase that rebate amount to $8 million due to the multiple developers being involved in the development. In July 2019, the owners group received their initial rebate of $4 million for completing major off-site industrial sewer infrastructure. The Maple Ridge owners group received an exemption from City Council in 2020 to complete the end user development by October 2024 to remain eligible to access the remaining $4 million. The owner group has indicated that due to the recent economic conditions, building construction has not yet commenced on site, and the developer group is submitting a request to extend the deadline to complete those buildings in order to remain eligible for the rebate. The Maple Ridge owners group is requesting an extension until October 2026 for the future development of the buildings. Administration is in support of the deadline extension to 2026 as this project continues to show support in the industrial development growth in Edmonton. Thank you, and we're pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you so much for the brief presentation, and I'll ask if David Salpeter, here if you could please come up, and if you could step back to the, we're just going to hear from members of the public, and we'll come back to you for questions. Yeah. And so quickly, you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and the green light will start your time, and yellow means you have 1 minute remaining, and red light means your 5 minutes are up. And after your presentation, committee members and council members may have questions to you. So please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I will keep it very quick. I'm actually here to just answer questions. I thought the report was done very well, so it kind of covers everything. So
that's less than 30 seconds. Here you go. Okay, questions, colleagues. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So my understanding is sort of the physical infrastructure is in place. You received the rebate for that, and now the extension is for the buildings to be built. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So just to ask, is there anything that the city can do to support that industrial development? I think, again, we've laid some great groundwork. Anything else that would help accelerate that?
Certainly approve this extension would be the first step. You know, the report mentioned that it's really the economy, not just in Edmonton, throughout Canada and the world, that's causing the delay for sure. I represent Bearamy Investments, which is we're 90 acres of the 365 acres there. So in our case, yes, very much so. We're family owned, so we are waiting for the economy to improve, because unfortunately for us, we need to have higher returns than some of the institutions do to make it worthwhile for us. So as far as your question is concerned, you're doing everything you can right now, and we certainly appreciate it.
Okay, that's great to hear. So in terms of, recognizing we need those markets to come back, but otherwise there's nothing else we can do to improve our readiness. Everything is good to go. We just need to wait for those markets.
Yes, correct. And certainly once we do move forward, obviously, if we can get approvals as quickly as possible, that would certainly help.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the work, and appreciate you working to bring more industrial activity to our city.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you.
Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright is next.
Right, no, Rice is on committee.
Oh, so what I'm talking about, sorry. Thinking like a council. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
I thought he called me. So because the first $4 million and supposed to be completed by April 2020, and right now we request the extension, is that $4 million already spent, or right now we request additional $4 million?
The first $4 million that was received, or the second $4 million?
First.
The first is already spent. We've spent as a group. I think in the report shows we've spent 20 million. I can't remember what the number was, but we spent a lot more than that with respect to, this shows the construction costs that we've spent, but we've spent a lot more on soft costs such as engineering, and we continuously spend money just to make sure that everything is going smoothly. We've had environmental costs that are been going on for a long time now, since we've had the services in place and the dry pond, etc. So the first $4 million has been spent.
Has been spent. Yeah. Okay, so I will have follow-up question to administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Now, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Bearamy Investment owns 90 of the 365 acres, you said, and who are the other investors?
Hopewell Developments.
Okay.
And Albari, which is essentially AIMCO.
Okay, that's what I wanted to. So that's the province's investment arm, right? Okay. And I don't know, is province kicking in anything on this?
Albari, which is AIMCO, pays their proportionate share of the cost. So they are 170 acres of the 395. So all the costs are paid proportionately.
Okay. And sorry, so you are just looking for the extension of the $4 million? Because you've already got that, the first four. Going back to the report from November 2020, it's the same rationale that was in there which is in the report this time around, due to the economic challenges the Edmonton region has experienced, has not been economically feasible. So what were the economic challenges at that time in 2020, and I guess, are they different or the same as they are now?
Well, 2020 was start of the pandemic.
Okay.
Certainly, and that certainly caused some different issues, but obviously right now is increased costs and interest rates going up and everything else that goes along with it.
So when interest rates were low in 2020, did that create an economic challenge?
Certainly with respect to, I don't know if the interest rates cause or create an economic challenge, but certainly the demand for space at that time. Okay. During the pandemic, groups didn't know what they needed at that time for space. Okay,
and then you took possession of this property in 2017, or is it 2013?
No, we've had our property for several years, but the servicing agreement was in 2017.
Okay, so from 17 to 20, you've only put in, I'm just looking at what sort of costs and what work has been done in the past, so from 2017 to in the past 6 years. What percentage is that of the overall cost of the infrastructure that needs to be done, I guess?
So the report shows about 23, states 23.3 million has been committed by our group. We've got, as far as what's remaining, and maybe people in administration can comment on it, but from what I understand, we've got about 18 million left to widen 17th Street.
And so widening 17th Street from what? From Sherwood Park Freeway down to?
From White Mud to just, I'm trying to figure out what avenue that is, but it's right at the north end of the current dry pond.
Okay.
Just at the trailer park.
Okay. 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 And then I did. Yeah, so when was that work done between 2017 and 2020, I guess? Or has that 15 million been done, like when was that done?
Correct. It's when we had the servicing agreement signed and up until roughly 2019.
Okay. I don't know if I have any other questions for you. I do have questions for administration, though, I think. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. First of all, thank you so much for your commitment to Edmonton, and thank you so much for investing in our city. Can you tell me the combined investment of all three developers once the buildings are completed? What the magnitude? What volume of dollars are we looking at?
I wouldn't want to give you a number because I can't tell you what construction costs are for the buildings right now and what the other owners have planned. But, you know, on our site, if we are 90 acres or probably about 1 million square feet, 1.5 million square feet, and construction costs now, I'd have to get an update, but you're probably looking at about $100 to $110 a square foot just for the shell of the building, not including the improvements of the different tenants that need to come in and take up the space.
And along with the other infrastructure
Infrastructure,
improvements.
site work, local roads, et cetera, would be on top of that as well.
You're talking about a significant investment that is creating jobs and improving infrastructure. So the utilization of the revolving fund in your mind is effective, like unlocking that investment.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. And do the benefit numbers that were talked about earlier on about, you know, the tax uplift of 6 times what it was before, and that holds true regardless of the COVID situation and financial situations now? Or maybe that question to the administration.
Yeah, they'd probably be able to answer that.
Because there's a significant uplift in taxes.
For sure.
If you can generate $6 instead of $1 that is being generated.
Well, exactly. Yes, because some of that land is still being farmed.
Yeah.
So it is considered AG. It has been rezoned, but it's still being farmed.
Yeah, good. No, thank you so much for being here today and waiting for your turn, and thank you once again for having confidence in Edmonton. Appreciate that. Councillor Rice, you have more questions to? Okay, go ahead, please.
I want to say thank you so much for investment to our Edmonton, because industrial development is so important for us, and especially for our city's economic recovery. And then I do have 2 questions. First one is about, is there any long-term investment plan you could share with us regarding this development?
And, sorry, any long-term development plans?
Long-term investment plan.
as far as how long we are going to hold this land and develop on it, on this property?
Yeah, from your investment perspective.
Well,
And because this is another 5 years, I would like to get a more clear vision and from your perspective for that investment plan, how it look like from long-term and what's the impact to our city.
well, we are family-owned, as I mentioned, been around since the 50s. And our program is to hold everything long-term. So if that's what you're asking, we're here for the long-term to develop and hold the property. We do have, so that's 90 acres. We do have another roughly 210, 220 acres within the city and outside the city in the Leduc area. So we are very positive on the area, and we are always looking to invest in it in the Edmonton area and for the long term.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Sort of. And the next question, and because right now the request is additional 5 years and $4 million, what is specific deliverables included in this request?
Specific development?
No, deliverables.
Deliverables?
And yes.
I guess I'm trying to understand the question, but we still have $18 million worth of road widening to do, which is a deliverable, which is part of that, and then obviously the buildings themselves, if that's what you're asking.
Is there any other type of infrastructure and related to this industrial area?
Each group has their own local roads depending on how and their site work and how they're going to be developing their land. We have a storm pond that we have to put on our site as well. I'm sure Hopewell might have one on their site. I know that Aimco Albari has a second storm pond they have to put on theirs to the north part of their site as well. So there are, other than buildings, there's things to go along with it, whether it's local roads, other services to service the properties.
I do want to follow on the local roads, and because that is a lot of challenge and from transportation infrastructure, and I heard from business in the industrial area. So when you talk about that road widening or local roads, can you be more specific how that look like? And because I still heard some concern regarding this.
Sorry, maybe the administration can comment further on that, but the road widening is 17th Street. The local roads are the roads within our own specific properties to bring traffic to our specific buildings and the development in there.
Okay, it's just basic roads, right?
Basic roads, yeah. So we've got 90 acres. We're developing buildings, and we need to develop access along roads for trucks and cars for people to get access to those buildings.
Okay, I will follow up with the administration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Questions, Councillor Wright, questions to Mr. Saltpeters? Go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to, I guess, get a better understanding. So you own 90 acres, but the rebate is not just for you, it's for the whole group, the
Correct.
three, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're talking about what you need to do is build the structures in the storm pond and that. I guess, is this contingent on everybody else doing their own building? Because it does talk about that the structures have to be built. So is everybody else doing it?
Correct, and maybe administration can comment. From my understanding, we need to build a certain number of buildings to equate to a certain taxable value.
Okay. Okay, so then I will ask them. And then I'm also concerned because of the economic challenges in each of the report that was stated. Do you anticipate any other economic challenges? You did mention rising interest rates. I'm thinking supply chain, labor shortage. Is any of that going to get in the way in the next 4 years?
if you could tell me, it'd be great to know. I don't know. Yes, there's supply chain, obviously. You know, steel is taking almost twice as long as it was at one time to arrive. So it just depends on what it could be, and I don't have a crystal ball to tell you what that's going to be. I know on our existing buildings, for example, HVAC rooftop units are taking up to 35 weeks, which they used to be on the shelf and we could get them. So just an example that different things could happen that could affect the actual construction. Now, yes, supply chain would be once we got going, then that would certainly be an issue, and we have to take that into account when we are signing up tenants to go into our buildings.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, the tax uplift I think is great. It's just, when are we going to see it?
Can't answer that.
And then the other thing too is, I guess, market conditions for industrial land.
Market conditions are good. Industrial, compared to other asset types, vacancy rate is lower, and there is demand for that. There is still some available product to be leased up, so it's certainly not to the point where everyone needs to start building to get those tenants. But it is industrial land, industrial buildings compared to other asset types are doing better.
Okay, I mean it is a great location, right off the Henday and yeah, close to White Mud and everything. So, I would encourage businesses to look in that area. But okay, thank you very much, and I'll have questions for admin.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wright. Thank you so much. It was really nice to see you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can step back, and we'll go to our administration for questions. Yeah, good. All right.
No questions.
All right, questions, colleagues, to our city staff? Who wants to go? Councillor Rice, you want to go first? You want to please click in?
Yeah.
Here we go. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. So the first question about extension. So it's my understanding this report will request two things. The first one is extension. And then second one is another $4 million. So that's right?
So just the extension, the 4 million's already been approved so it went from 4 million to 8 million, so that's been already exempted. And now it's just the extension to extend that timeline so that remaining 4 million can be paid out. So the 4 million is already was already exempted. It's included. It was 8 million total.
So that $4 million already approved and in the last budget?
That's correct. It was exempted by council to go from 4 million to 8 million due to the multiple parties being involved. So there was more than just one developer. It was a conglomerate. So they increased that amount to 8 million. So yes, it's already included.
For this agreement, and is there any specific criteria and then for extension? And so is all the criteria already met? And because right now we have to approve this.
Yeah, so to get the extension, it has to be, obviously they have to be undertaking the construction, so there's still the arterial work they have to do. To show the vertical construction is in buildings on site, that's also required. And then they've entered into the service agreement, so that's required and that's completed. And then they just have to complete that within that timeline that we're setting, in this case, October 2026.
And Councillor Rice, we're just, part of the reason for administrations to support in terms of an extension is to continue that support of industrial development in our city.
But the first 5 years, the work, the first 5 years, the work, the deliverables in the agreement already finished with that $4 million.
Yes, that first 4 million was for a large offsite sanitary sewer, which is a cost shareable item, so then it can be part of the RISF fund. So that work is completed. A lot of on-site work is completed. 58th Avenue is completed. Some temporary upgrades to 17th Street is completed. The major outstanding work on city lands is the widening of 17th Street, and then there's also the on-site development on their personal lots of where they would build the buildings. So a lot of work has been completed to date.
completed to date with that spending of $4 million already?
As mentioned, they spent way more than $4 million already, but they did get the rebate for $4 million. Yeah.
I'm not asking how much they spent. I'm asking and from our side, our city's investment for that.
Councillor Rice, the developer, the owners group have invested $15.3 million in cost shareable infrastructure. So Mr. Pivovar explained the different infrastructure elements that they have done. The $4 million related, that's part of the revolving industrial fund. So the way that the fund works is that there's debt borrowing, and then the fund is paid back through the tax uplift.
Yes, I read that in the reports. I want to ask another follow-up question. If we extend with additional $4 million, the work they're going to done under this additional $4 million was different from what they have done in the past. So is that correct?
Yes, it'll be for different work, yeah.
For the different, what is specific additional work? And then they mention about the road widening and build itself, any local side work. And then can you explain a little bit more about that transportation infrastructure for the road, for the local side work and regard the roads?
Sure, as mentioned by the owners group, the local roads, what they're specifically talking about is the on-site roads on their properties, like their drive aisles to get to their buildings, so they're not city infrastructure. The only city infrastructure left to complete on this project is the 17th Street work. So the local roads they're talking about are their on-site, how they're moving around their sites. The collector road that all those sites connect to has been constructed and fully completed by the developers group.
And once this road's completed, and because it's just basic infrastructure, is the city will go in and to do the advanced node and to ensure that node condition will meet the future transportation needs?
Yes, as part of the development that's happened already, our teams have been on site inspecting, ensuring that it meets all the city standards, and then 17th Street construction would be also part of that service agreement that the city would inspect accordingly.
And we do that, Councillor Rice, before we take over the asset into the city's inventory.
We will take that as a city's inventory.
Eventually, yes, but we go through the inspection. There's a maintenance period for the developer to continue maintaining the road, and then we inspect.
Okay, thank you,
yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. No worries. Any other questions from committee members? If not, I do have some questions related to the business case analysis that was presented earlier on when this $4 million was allocated, and that business case still stands, right? About uplift in the value.
That's correct. Current values equate the property total taxable property assessment today at about 30.9 million, projected to increase to 188.2 million, is referenced in the report, which from a property tax uplift is approximately $3.9 million.
Yeah. And have we seen any incremental from that to now? Any incremental uplift because of the investments that have been already made?
I don't believe we see an incremental on the individual properties yet, as that really results in how that on-site development will happen. But again, the additional infrastructure now in the city is helping a lot of other developments in the area too.
Okay, good. That I think that's very, very important. So eventually we'll see that growth in the assessment. I do have one question related to the LEED standards, right? Yes, I believe in sustainability. My understanding, the LEED is very kind of prescriptive, right? Are there other ways of these sort of industrial developments to get the same outcome, right? Do not compromise the outcome, but are there other more flexible ways for developers to implement to get to the same outcome?
I think how they build their buildings is a very important part. The city's not too involved in that, but how they actually develop their on-site private properties, they mention they'll be controlling some of their own stormwater, kind of controlling that through some, bioretention on site. I think that's some of the ways that they can really help. That's environmental design of their actual sites. But it's not prescriptive to the roads specifically at this point.
Oh, I see. So that flexibility does exist for them now, right? Under the agreements.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. The
okay.
leads, I think reference to the leads might be for another report on the agenda for Rampart.
Okay, maybe it is, maybe I'm confused. Right, yeah. Okay, well, that's good to know, so that, but, okay. The revolving industrial servicing fund is being phased out, right?
That's correct. We now
And-
have the Industrial Infrastructure Cost Share Program.
And what were some of the learnings from the revolving fund? Like, how would the new fund be different or better?
So the revolving industrial servicing fund was funded by debt borrowing, whereas the industrial infrastructure cost share program is the developers are paid through the property tax uplift.
Okay.
Would be one of my observations. I don't know if the team has some other reflections.
I just think the learnings from the RISF fund is just of how we can help implement, because it's a very large leap in some of these industrial areas to take that first step. So that fund has kind of helped that. And now we've evolved into the new fund. It kind of follows around the same principles to really help developers first get into that area where there's large offsite costs and help sort of share that risk and promote Edmonton from an industrial development.
Good, good. Right on. Oh, yeah, I guess the lead is related to the Rampart Industrial, right? Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, I will move the recommendation in this report. And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson next. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Very happy to support the recommendation. Really appreciate the work the team has done. You know, my only very small hesitation with some of these projects that take longer to come is if we've sort of locked in some of our older road standards. I think this agreement was pre-complete streets, things like that. But if I'm understanding, most of the road infrastructure is installed. We don't necessarily have an opportunity to make any changes there.
We're currently still working on the detailed design for 17th Street, so there is going to be discussions about including shared use path, because before it was shared use path one side, sidewalk the other side, and now we have shared use path on both sides.
Great.
So this side will now include a shared use path on the side they'll be building. So we are still in the process of doing the review for the actual 17th Street work. But yeah, some of the on-site roads already are completed, but it's still a collector road, trees, sidewalks. But yeah, we got the chance to upgrade some of the upgrades on arterial roads, yeah.
Perfect. That's wonderful. Great that the flexibility is there, and I really appreciate you evolving that as our standards have increased. Yeah, no further questions. Really appreciate it.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Since we're talking about upgrades to the road, can we look at grade separation over the tracks around the Southeast Aggregate Recycling Center?
So yeah, this road project will tie into where it's kind of already twinned south of the tracks. Yeah. So it would still just be for the new lanes, a net grade crossing. I think holistically, the city would have to look at where that would be as a grade separation in the priority list overall for both roads, for both the city side and the new developer side too.
Just on my wish list. Okay, thank you. Then, what was my other question? Oh, okay. So policy C533A, so that's being phased out. What other projects are still under that?
There are 9 projects that were under it, and I think we have maybe a couple that we're in the midst of paying.
Yeah, there are some that are kind of closing out. There's one in Southeast Industrial Stage. There's a Yellowhead Industrial Stage and some industrial development up in the Mistadam area too that was kind of part of that program.
Okay.
But they're phasing out, yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, by extending this now till 2026, that's, like, it's not going to be the only one under that program.
No, it shouldn't be. The other ones are being in paid out kind of thing historically, but this is the last one that's really kind of got to be have still some outstanding construction.
Okay, because if we're trying to phase it out. Okay. Yeah. And what would be the difference then if it was being, if these funds or I guess compensation to the developer, if it was rolled into the industrial infrastructure policy? Like, wouldn't we end up getting the same tax uplift, whether it's
There would be, but the industrial infrastructure cost share program was after 2017, so the conditions are slightly different in terms of how the implementation, and I think in terms of the certainty for the owners group in terms of their investment in our city, there's some certainty with the program that they're in right now.
But is there certainty for the city? I mean, it just seems to be delayed and delayed. By putting it under the industrial infrastructure policy, doesn't that sort of give them more incentive to get going so that they get repaid from the tax uplift that we receive?
Right, perhaps, but the way that the policy worked for the industrial infrastructure cost share program was for servicing agreements signed after 2017, so it wouldn't currently align with that policy. Okay. So again, another exception would be needed to figure out those details.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we can get away from that debt borrowing that we're right at the limit on, I guess. Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
The first question and also follow up the policy Councillor Wright asked. I do believe that we have proper and flexible, like our mayor, so he mentioned that, and also sustainable policy to support our investor. That is very important. And then my question is if the remaining risk happen and we don't know yet, and so the developers or investors and is not eligible anymore, the work still not done. Do we have a mitigation plan and strategy in place for this type of situation? And then also from policy perspective.
Yes, the developer has signed an agreement committing to build that infrastructure. If they fail to deliver on that, there is opportunities through that agreement to use security to complete that infrastructure, but it doesn't tie to on-site infrastructure. It would be tied to the infrastructure they're building on behalf for the city, as in roads and sewers and ponds and stuff like that. So there is that obligation for the developer to commit the work, and if they don't, there is opportunities to go further and kind of use their security and complete that work ourselves if required.
But the money and the funding are already provided, and then we are not have any policy or strategy. And then if that money used, but the work still not done, and do we keep extending it, or what specific mitigation strategy? And then I just want to get clear sense on that. Can you comment on that?
So Councillor Rice, through the servicing agreement that the owner signed, we hold a line of credit. And so that's the security that we have if we needed to do some further work in terms of any default on the servicing agreement.
Okay, that's perfect. And then last question and is about the road infrastructure. And because why I keep asking this question, because in some areas, the developer already finishes their work, but the node, and I heard earlier from you, and our city will take over to do some like infrastructure to advance and to the level, and then people, our citizens can feel, our business group, our citizens feel comfortable to use. But that is not the case I heard right now. And then many areas I heard right now, the node and still at the basic level, and then very lateral and condition, and is not paved, everything, and the business even cannot use, and when business requests transportation support from city, even our city bus cannot go there. And this type of things, and do we have a specific plan for each project for this type of development? We have follow-up and development for the roads, infrastructure, transportation infrastructure. I want to get clear sense on that as well.
Councillor Rice, I think what I'm hearing is there are some areas in our city where the roads are maybe older industrial areas that don't meet current design and construction standards. This is a new industrial development that has to adhere to the design and construction standards for developing a road, and that we confirm through the servicing agreement. And so I'll maybe just pass to Mark if you want to add anything further to that.
Yeah, the construction complete to date. 58th Avenue is a full city standard collector roadway, fully paved. It could accept transit. It has a turnaround at the end because it does become a dead-end road. So that infrastructure is in place, funded by the developer. And in this case, we've inspected it. It meets city standards. We've already done construction completion certificates. So the road is there. It is a functional road today. It's just there's not much vertical development happening on sites.
And do we specific has a way and how to address the complaint and the concerns and we received from business group, industry group, and residential group regarding the roads, and then still not and to the condition we expected. And so this is why I saw the gap and between the city and then between the roads and developer. And because right now what we heard is, oh, this is developer's responsibility. And then city say this developer, and then developer, this is the city's responsibility. We leave that roads there and as it was and just complete, and there is no further and change. I think this is the key concern and we heard. And my point is, from policy perspective, do we have that information? Do we have that plan for any development, and including this one, and to advance that development right after the site work completed?
Certainly there are areas that are under development and sometimes there's local road connections missing or further upgrades to arterial roads to happen. We do have areas within our, redeveloping communities that will be redone through neighborhood renewal. If there's specific areas you'd like us to look into further that you're hearing from constituents, I'm happy to follow up with you, Councillor Rice.
This is my third time to mention this, but I do need to follow up again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
My time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, that concludes the questions. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And just to let Mr. Saltpeter know that committee has given approval. Now this goes to council, and then council would have to make a final vote. Okay, all right, good. All right, thank you so much. Next we go to 7.3, non-competitive single source agreement.
Good morning. No presentation or opening comments?
No presentation, and there are no one to speak from the public. So before we go into questions, I just want to kind of reiterate to the committee that the decision on the pedway was made long time ago, right? And this is on the sole source. So if we could focus our questions on that aspect of the report. So please, Councillor Knack, you exempted this.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. And that was actually all I wanted to ask about. I think we talked about variations of this over the years, and while the report seems to provide, I think, a fairly good rationale of why we might go down this path, in previous examples, there's often been a time constraint, or we didn't know about it well in advance. That does not seem to be the case for this one, so I'm not sure that why we wouldn't go through the standard process. It is very likely, I imagine, that the group we're looking to have a contract with would be successful based off the reasons we've shared, but I'm not sure why we wouldn't do that.
I think a big part of it, Councillor Knack, is that on the basis of the work that is responsibility of the City of Edmonton in conjunction with the work that's happening on the site, with the contractor that's on the site, this is the recommended approach to ensure that we actually have one contractor versus multiple contractors on the site. So it's evaluated from a number of factors, but I think in terms of the work that is within that constrained location, our preference is that we have a singular contractor that is intimate with all components, and the risk of going through a procurement process where we end up with a different contractor, I think presents a risk that we're not comfortable with.
But that would be part of the evaluation process too, right? In terms of ease of ability to do it. It would likely be reflected in the price of the groups doing the bidding, I would imagine. So that's the only part I'm not sure why we wouldn't do that, because yeah, the outcomes, I can't see how the outcome would be different, but that it would then eliminate any potential concern that you might have about not going through a process.
I think it actually potentially introduces concern that another company could be deemed as the preferred proponent when you go through an evaluation process.
But something like this wouldn't be a price only, like we wouldn't be lowest bidder on this one, like we would a road paving as an example.
No,
you would be looking at, yeah.
I think there's still the risk associated with an evaluation resulting, because others may submit, others may not. But I think this just provides clarity that we are taking, I think, the most appropriate approach to ensure that we have one contractor on a fairly constrained site, and we're maximizing the greatest ability to utilize their expertise based on their knowledge of the site and the work that they're doing that's directly adjacent to the scope that's defined for the city work.
Okay. I may have to ask one question in private, so once we're done public questions, I'll make that motion. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. I'll also have one in private. But just so I understand as well, I mean, I think it's definitely a really large number. If I'm understanding how a CMAR contract is set up, there will still be competitive bidding for the individual trades and the individual work that's happening. Is that correct?
Yeah, so a construction manager project specifically at risk, the approach that's taken, actually I shouldn't say that, I should say construction manager in general. The approach is that the different packages that are assembled based on construction sequencing and the activities, they are procured by the contract manager, which in this case we are recommending to be this firm, and so they would go through a process to secure those bids.
And would that be open book with the city? We'd be able to review the bids? Yeah.
That's correct, Councillor Stevenson. When we work with construction managers, we see all of the bids that come in as well as we're part of the review process on the recommended contractor or the recommended subcontractor.
Great. And then it references that Ledcor themselves may, be both the construction manager and do some of the work. Would they have to submit blind bids as well? Would they have to tender competitively for the work that they want to self-complete?
It can happen different ways in a construction management agreement, but in this case, Ledcor has indicated that they don't have any intent to self-perform any work.
Oh, okay. So it would be the construction manager role exclusively.
That's correct.
Great. Okay, thank you. I'm ready to go into private.
Any other questions, colleagues, in public before we go into private? No?
I'll move we go into private. I'm not sure which subject. Sue, 17?
Got 16, 24, 25.
16, 24, and 25. That's fine. I'll move. We'll go into private. Thank you.
Can you please explain what those 16, 24, and 25 are, so public listening would know?
So 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. 24, advice from officials. And 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, it's passed. and we will be back at 1:30 to continue with item 7.3, non-competitive single source agreement. Until then, we are on recess. Stevenson. Is she joining us virtually, or I see her? I see Councillor Knack is here.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice is here.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford. I see them online, do you not? Or just the... There you go, Councillor Rutherford is here. I also saw you online somehow, I don't know why. Maybe.
Yeah, I just put my computer to sleep.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me see who else is joining us. Councillor Wright? No. Councillor Principe, are you there? Councillor Principe?
Hello?
Oh, you're there, okay. Councillor Wright, are you there? No, Councillor Wright is not there. Anyways, all the committee members are here. Councillor Stevenson joined us and Councillor Principe is joining us. And we were on item 7.3, non-competitive single source agreement. We're back in public. And questions to administration. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think just one other question I have relates more broadly to trade agreements in general. And so from someone from Legal Services, I think Ms. Hughes would be able to talk about, like, how does that process work if there's ever concerns about a process that we go through and there's a challenge based off trade agreements? What does that look like? What's sort of the primary risk to the city?
Councillor Knack, broadly speaking, typically from a legal perspective, there are two main processes that we look at. One is called a bid protest mechanism. It's under the trade agreements and created by the trade agreements. The other is a judicial review, where a judge would review the city's decision, whatever it might be. In a bid protest, the city and whoever had launched the challenge would engage in consultations. Failing that, they would go to an arbiter who would make a decision. And it's possible, depending on the situation, that there could be bid preparation costs awards, or at the very least, there could be the costs of a given arbitration proceeding awarded. On the other side, and there is a cap on bid preparation costs of $50,000. On the other side of the judicial review, a judge would examine the city's decision, typically to determine if it was reasonable. And if the judge determined it was unreasonable, the judge has a variety of powers in terms of what the judge could order. One of the ways the judge could deal with the situation is to order the city to reconsider its decision, which could lead to the city taking a variety of different potential courses of actions as they reconsider the decision. So I hope that answers your question.
That does. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions for administration from committee members? Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So the first question, yes, I understand this approved by previous city council's decision and to extend this project specifically and for the $26.5 million, and how this dollar amount is estimated. Sorry.
So that would have been Bruce's team working with their resources to, once council identified or the situation of discussing the project, they took the existing information and developed an estimate, which formed the cost estimate that was developed as part of that capital profile.
So this cost is one piece of that cost profile, and we already the total amount, right?
This is total budget. The amount that we're talking, or we're not talking about amount. We're talking about the authority to enter into an agreement with a contractor. It's a component of that budget, not the entire budget.
It's okay. Yeah, that's one question. So another question, I do understand the rationale and why administration and recommended this way to move forward for this project. Can you explain a little bit more how the public opinion or public perception expectation be considered and reflected in this recommendation?
When we assess this project in terms of delivery, we certainly take a look at it from a broad perspective around our typical approach to projects, our typical procurement procedures, and we assess the different risks associated with construction activities and design and site management. And our recommendation to approach this considers all of those different variables associated with a project. So from the public's perspective, we've gone through an evaluation to identify the rationale as to why we made this recommendation, included in the report. And through this mechanism, with the advice from a construction manager, we feel that we are proceeding in a way where it minimizes cost impacts, site management, prime contractor responsibility, and gives us the best risk to deliver this project within the parameters of the capital profile.
I know there are two factors, and specifically from public perspective will impact the final decision. And one is you mentioned in the report is about the efficiency and for how this project move forward. So what is timeline if we are doing open competition to everyone? And what's the timeline and for that process instead of we approve right now for this single source agreement?
To go through a competitive procurement process, you know, in this situation, I think it could be anywhere from 6 months to 8 months if we were to shift gears and go to a competitive process. And I'll look to Bruce to see if that sort of captures timeframes.
Yeah, I'd say probably 6 months. It could take. It depends on. We would have to build an RFP package and then get it out.
Okay.
Get proposals, get it back. So, but
so if that's the time, the possible timeline, what's the impact specific for the entire project? I would like to get the sense, is there any significant impact and for the project management perspective?
I think it's the coordination with the existing site activities that's the impact. As the developer on the site continues to develop their site, if we take the the additional time to go down the competitive path, we could miss an opportunity associated with the activities that are currently unfolding with the developer on site.
Thank you. I do have one more question, Mayor Sohi. I may sign up again. Oh, go ahead. Okay. So thank you for that clarification. I think that timeline actually is one of the consideration and why we need to go to this process, right? And so that is the efficiency piece. And I do have another question regarding the transparency. I think that is public asking. And then even though we have the timeline and we have 6 or 8 months to do this process, based on the information you have right now, and it's my understanding this company's already worked around the site work and then is a contractor and for this project already there, right?
That's correct, Councillor Rice. The lead core is currently mobilized and doing work on the station land site. And as a part of our front-end planning for this work, we identified an opportunity to do some of the work on our site this year concurrent with the station land site, which would definitely reduce the cost of our project.
So that's very good point and reduce the cost of this project. And then, so with those, all the very good points, and then for the efficiency, how we really reflect, I would like to go emphasize my first question, really reflect that transparency in this process, and then as the public expect to see it, and in all the procurement and the city is doing.
So point one is based on policies and the procedures that are in place with council. We have this report in front of committee today and ultimately council for approval to go down this path. So that's point one. Point two is as this project progresses, the construction manager who will act as our agent on this project will competitively procure other portions of the work or a large chunk of the work that's associated with this, and we, specifically Bruce's team, will have be able to review that and see that from a bid perspective. So I would say those are the two, specifically as it relates to this, the most important mechanisms of the transparency component to this. The other one is this is still a City of Edmonton project, and so the normal methods that we use to update council on the progress of these projects in terms of scope, schedule, and budget will be provided through Building Edmonton and our quarterly updates.
So that means the communication to the public is also available for all this type of information. They understand.
You know, the information that we can release publicly, yes. This isn't a project this is still under City of Edmonton management through Bruce's team, so it's public information related to that.
So that means this recommendation really reflects fairness, transparency, and then also efficiency.
I would say we believe this is the best recommendation to move forward with on the basis of the rationale in the report, and we're following the procedures to gain approval from council to carry forward with that.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the question to administration, and I'll move the recommendation in the report. We have a motion on the floor, and any questions on the motion on the floor? Anyone to speak to the motion on the floor? Okay, Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly, just to say thank you to administration. I think, again, this was an unusual one, but I appreciate the route you took to maximize transparency with Edmontonians. I'm really reassured in terms of the competitive bidding process that will happen for the lion's share of this amount, and really appreciate that you've mitigated some of the other risks in terms of, or maybe I'll say, capitalized on the opportunities provided by having a single construction manager for the two sites. So thank you. Thanks very much.
All right. So I don't, Councillor Rice to speak. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
I will be quick as well. I really appreciate the work and recommendation, and then based on lots of factors you talked about here, and to provide this to us. Also, I want to say, yes, transparency from public perspective is very important, and specifically the funding source we used and is CRL, and is our public funding. And from that accountability piece and transparency piece, I'm going to support this move to the council and for the final decision and the debate. But I really want to say the mechanism and the city is doing and try to balance the efficiency, try to balance our accountability and the transparency. That effort is, I believe our public will see that effort and in place. And also, and from our perspective, and I would like to see more how we can get that balance and in the future, and the more communication effectively and with our public to understand for certain mechanism we use, why we push through this certain way, and for our contract management, for our procurement process, and for our project management. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to 7.4, sale of development land, Rampart Industrial.
Mayor Sohi, I know I selected it. I don't see the speakers either online or in person. If they are, I only selected it because there were speakers. I'm not sure if anyone else has questions or.
Let me actually check and see if people who registered to speak are here. Carl Ballard.
Yeah, I'm here. I just was here to answer questions, not speak.
No worries.
Labrie is my colleague. He's a backup because I have to leave at 3:30 if we didn't get to it in time.
Okay. So that was Bobby Labrie?
Yeah, he's my colleague, just in case it went too late.
Oh, so he's your backup?
Yes.
Okay, no worries. And you don't want to make a presentation? No. You're here to only answer questions? Okay, all right. You have questions?
Then I'll move.
Can I move it?
Oh, of course, yes,
Sorry.
absolutely. No, it is
No
your,
worries,
it is your
but
Rampart.
so okay. Anyways, I did have a question on this on the lead stuff, right? But I can follow up for that offline. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Rutherford, I'll go to you to move the recommendation. You want to say a few words? No. No. Okay. Okay. Okay,
Councillor Stevenson's on the board for questions. Okay.
Just speak.
Okay, so I will move the recommendation in the report. Do I need to read the whole thing in?
Yes, please.
Okay. That the sale of the land of Rampart Industrial at market value as outlined in attachment 2 of the January 18th, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report FC 01573 be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager, and 2, that the attachment 2 of the January 18th, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01573 remain private pursuant to section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Now to speak. I'll come to you to close.
Very briefly, just wanted to say.
Councillor Stevenson,
Oh,
right,
sorry.
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Very briefly, I wanted to say I think this is a great example of the success of preparing industrial land for redevelopment. It's going to be a great contribution to our tax levy. So thanks to everyone who's involved.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the hard work, everyone. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, close by saying I am very excited to see this land sale go through and see great industry taking shape in the Northwest and continuing to take shape in the Northwest. And this is a great example of how we need to continue to move forward and build our industrial base. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right. Moving on the agenda. We have 9.1, for which we need to go into private. Can someone move that we go into private, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote to go into in-camera.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Yeah, Daryl, just don't leave yet, just in case, until we go through the. You never know, right? Just wait. They,
We are back online.
are we back in public?
We are back online.
Okay, so Councillor Rice, I'll go to you to move the recommendation.
Okay, Mayor Sohi, and then, so I just read, do I need to read all the entire? So recommendation, I move that recommendation to City Council, right? Or it's just move this, just the recommendation?
Yeah, just to yeah.
It's not a recommendation to
No, yeah, it's just a committee recommending. I mean, not, doesn't go to council. Just keep committee approval is sufficient.
Okay. So I move that the single source procurement agreement for cybersecurity technology and services as outlined in the January 18, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01344, Attachment 1 be approved until May 30, 2029, after the latest, and that the agreement be informed and the content acceptable to the city manager. I move that this January 18, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01344 remain private pursuant to the Section 16 disclosures harmful to business interests of a third party, and 20 disclosure harmful to the security of systems, and 24 advice from officials, and 25 disclosures harmful to economic or other interest of the public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Are we ready to vote?
I'm close.
You want to?
Yeah, I want to close.
Anyone else to speak? No.
I do want to say the cybersecurity and support, and for our city is really critical work. Is one piece of the lots of other IT supports we need.
Just hold on, Jennifer. Just hold on.
Oh, it is OC, does say cybersecurity.
Yeah, okay.
I have to repeat again because I interrupted. And then let's start say server security support, and then is a very key piece and for the IT support for our city, and then that work is extremely important to ensure our city operation, and then as a efficient as a time and as a security protected. And then I think this single source procurement agreement will ensure our city's operation function will not be impacted. So that is, I really appreciate, that is why, and then this recommendation from administration provided for us to approve, and we do need this agreement to be implemented and in a way, and it will not impact or interfere our city's operation process. And also, and then for the single, any city single resources procurement, there's specific rationale and behind that reason and details and in all the reports. And then I hope, and then we can understand for certain process to be mechanism in a certain way. And that is why, and then we need to support this motion to move forward and to ensure our business, our city's business collaboration or cooperation businesses continue to be on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are moving along. 9 point done, 9.9, this is 9.1 is done. 10.1, Homeward Trust, motions pending. 10.1, Homeward Trust, Edmonton. A. Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I would like to move that administration work with Homeward Trust Edmonton to understand lessons learned from their implementation of Edmonton's plan to prevent and end homelessness, and that administration incorporate these lessons learned into the city's affordable housing strategy, and that administration, in collaboration with Homeward Trust Edmonton, report on the implementation of Edmonton's plan to prevent and end homelessness. I can provide a quick introduction.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
So homelessness obviously continues to be a major crisis in our city, and it requires a full community response. We've had a recent audit of our city as an organization and the work that we're doing in housing and homelessness in our efforts to respond. But that looked only at our own organization and what we were doing as a city corporation. Homeward Trust is a critical partner of ours in this work, and the city provides a range of resources to the organization, including both operating and capital dollars. And so the intent of this motion is to better understand how the broader community response being led by Homeward Trust is rolling out, and how we can further optimize our homelessness response and ensure we're focusing our resources as best as possible. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just a question to the mover. In the development of this motion, did you contemplate at all any conversation or report from Homeward Trust potentially related to the inflows and outflows from within the region and sort of that movement of people and the pressures our neighboring regional communities are facing, how that's impacting Edmonton and vice versa?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think for me that would fall under the lessons learned in terms of the trends that Homeward Trust is seeing. So again, with the data that they have, if those are trends that they're observing, and recognizing that that our community response needs to be alive to those dynamics.
So I guess then to administration, based on the motion in front of you and sort of my question, would that be something you could see integrated into this in terms of sort of those inflows and outflows within the region and some of those regional interconnectedness pieces?
I think that we can absolutely look into that. I know that the by names list that Homeward Trust holds, they ask lots of really good questions, and we'll ensure that where possible we'll have that. Also, for your information, the EMRB is also looking at the larger impacts of the whole housing spectrum, of which the shelter spaces and supportive and affordable housing is part of that work.
Okay, yeah, and the by names is kind of tricky though, because the by names often will put the address as Edmonton, even if, let's say, like when I worked for housing and homelessness with Spruce Grove, they might have come from Spruce Grove to Edmonton, but once they're in Edmonton, and rightfully so, they're considered an Edmonton resident. So I just wanted to know if there was even like more higher level than the by name. I feel like the by names might be too granular, but a little bit more of like trends and flows and how when certain areas lack the social infrastructure related to addressing housing and homelessness in their municipalities, what impact does that have on Edmonton? Or if Edmonton shelters are over capacity, what impact does that have on those other neighboring communities when they have unhoused folks? That kind of thing is just what the picture I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. We'll dive into the data and see what's available.
So this does kind of just, and again, I don't need a whole thing, just as long as that can be a part of the lens at which this, so you, just again, this emotion is great. Just want to make sure that if that work is happening, that regional context is somehow captured. So I'm understanding that is something you can work with Homeward Trust on.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
First question to the mover. So it's my understanding in the province we have like 10 years policy to end homeless, and then that's specific work with Homeward Trust. And is this work, and right now you request from our city level to work with them to look at that is overlap the work with the province.
Yeah, so I'm just pulling these documents up, and administration might be able to speak to this more, but I believe Edmonton has our own community plan to end homelessness that is separate from the provincial strategy. But I would defer to them.
Yes, so the City of Edmonton is working closely with Homeward Trust to develop a new community plan to prevent and end homelessness, building off of the success and lessons learned from the 2017 updated plan. So there's a lot of, you're right, Councillor Rice, there is a lot of work happening in this space, and we're consolidating and leveraging those pieces concurrently as we bring these pieces of work forward.
Then what's the difference and for us to do this work and emphasis at provincial level, the work, I believe the comprehensive work is already and in the place, and there's specifically in the program area, there's the policy, the program, and lots of people working on that closely with Homeward Trust. And then what is specific we can get differently and from this work, city repeatedly doing the same thing.
I think the area would be around lessons learned. So I think that's an opportunity for us to be a bit more robust, to add that to the report alongside the new community plan that I referenced. Yeah, and I think just anytime we can work more broadly with our community partners to ensure that those lessons learned are then into our Edmonton's updated plan from 2017, I think it's maybe a bit more focused alignment of all of the different pieces of work that are in play, including the audit.
And then for this information come back, and what specifics, the purpose of how we use this type of information to reach what type of outcomes?
Well, I think the intention is that the new community plan to prevent and end homelessness will be prepared with the consideration of a number of inputs, such as an evaluation of progress made on the previous plan and corresponding analysis of lessons learned and opportunities for new or different approaches, research and analysis of best practices that can be adopted in the new plan, and significant engagement and collaboration with homeless-serving agencies and community-based organizations, housing providers, Indigenous governments and organizations, the province, Alberta Health Services, impacted municipal departments, the EPS, mutual aid groups, and other stakeholders who support and interact with people experiencing homelessness, with an extra consideration being given to incorporating the voices of people with lived experience.
I agree, and I really appreciate the intention and mover and provide to this, and specifically and for our city to address homeless issue, and then also other related social issues. This really complex. The collaboration and between three orders of government is really important. Is key and to ensure the success. And then, however, and then, do you think this type of work and is under OP12, and to look at from that perspective and to reduce overlap and to improve the efficiency, and then we can leverage some like existing data, existing resources, existing efforts already, and the same organization provided, and then to reduce our workload and at the city level and to focus on some other things, and then to really reflect that purpose of OP12.
Yeah, I think OP12 has made us reconsider a lot of the work and the timing of that work because we wanted to align. So I think that we would look at this work through the lens of OP12, certainly.
So to me, and then that means this separate motion is still needed, or we can just integrate into that OP12 and review process and to do this lessons learned.
You know, administration is happy to proceed as this committee wills. Our focus is really bringing all the pieces together alongside one another, and that would be the intention.
Do you predict, and then, or do you see, and if there any funding piece related, and when this information, this report come back?
There is no funding requirement for this work.
And even though for the report come back? I'm not talking about right now, I'm talking when this information come back. And when will be this information come back?
I think we're looking at Q4 2023.
That is a financial piece attached, or no financial piece attached? I want to make sure at the beginning and before we started this work.
Yeah, my understanding is that this is not about a financial ask or recommendations of more dollars being associated with this work. But maybe I would defer you to the mover if the mover anticipates a financial play.
No, no, not at all. I think, again, this is making sure that we're spending the dollars that we do have as best as possible. So understanding what's been most successful, what programs are working well, where there are gaps, where where we need to shift spending. That's the intent.
My time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I just want to follow up on Councillor Rutherford's questions because it's very important for us to understand. I think information is lacking. As a city, we are a service hub for regional communities, but also for northern Alberta. I would say even northern part of Canada, right, where services are not available. People come here for services, and when they stay here, they become Edmontonians, absolutely. They're an integral part of our community. But actually knowing the sources of houselessness, even mental health, when people seek mental health, they don't have support systems in their place. I remember one of our regional partners at the housing get-together that we had a couple of months ago, where they were experiencing some houselessness in their community, and they wanted to set up a shelter. It took them a couple of months to set up a shelter, but at that time, half of the houseless population moved to Edmonton, right? So I think it's better, I think it's important for us to understand that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, because that helps with our advocacy, helps with our work with the regional partners. I think it's important for us. No, thank you. I hope that you're going to look into that. Once again, I was distracted a bit. Timing. What is the timelines for Homeward Trustee's work, and how we align this work with their work, and keeping in mind the amount of work that you need to do on the comprehensive review of all the services and programs that we do under OP12, right? So just want to understand how. I hope that this doesn't create challenges for diverting resources from that important work.
Yeah. We've lined everything up and suggested Q4 of 2023 ensures that we don't trip over ourselves with the multiple lanes that we're in.
Okay, got it. Good. All right, that's good. Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you to the mover for this motion. I like it. I guess I was just a little bit surprised because I feel like this kind of work will form kind of a bit of a baseline for the current strategy development. So I was wondering if administration can clarify if within the current work plan to develop the affordable housing strategy, can you just remind, because I do remember there's, that you were talking to stakeholders that the Homeward Trust is very much one of the conversations to be had.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe if Stacey Galatly's on the line, if she could get into the details of the work plan, please.
Yes, certainly. So as noted, we would only expect to, and we only plan to, in the development of a new strategy, to reflect on what has worked in the past and where can we improve. So I certainly expect that lessons learned work and that implementation and integration is part of how we would naturally build any of these programs. Certainly there's the lessons learned to fold in as well, things that have changed over the last few years. And so the refresh of that plan is very, very important, as is folding in the lessons learned. So absolutely, this lessons learned work does not start when we deliver the affordable housing strategy and when we deliver the plan to prevent and end homelessness with Homeward Trust, that this would be integral to that development.
Right. Okay. So I guess question to the mover then, given that this kind of part of that contemplation already or part of the planning, do you feel that maybe you just want it to be, is the goal here to also make this direction more explicit then?
Like explicit towards what, sorry?
That, it seems that the intent of this is kind of already embedded in the current planning and development and the conversations that the administration is already having. But do you just not feel that's adequate, or you want it to be much more emphasis?
Yeah. For me, what this creates an opportunity is for us as a council to have a direct conversation with Homeward Trust. Right now, we don't have a reporting mechanism for that necessarily. So earlier, or, late last year, we approved their ongoing annual operating budget. But again, that's not really an opportunity for us to talk about the work that they've done, the performance measures. So it's really just that checkpoint. Again, given that this is an agency that we commit, again, the 1.25 million in operating isn't huge, but in terms of the capital partnerships that we have with a number of facilities, I just think it's important to have that accountability mechanism for us to connect with them.
Gotcha. Right. Okay. So this will be very specific to the organization, because I was wondering, like, well, what about the other housing organizations, or maybe that would already be covered within the existing plan to develop the strategy.
Yeah. So the intent is very much to have that opportunity to connect with Homeward Trust, understand how the rollout is going, so to be part of a delegation in front of us, which is not an opportunity that we've had yet.
Thank you. That's interesting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, two more follow-up questions need to be clarified. And then first one, this is additional workload for Homeward Trust, right? And because if we're asking to work with them, and this is additional work, this is outside of the regular and operational work we provide funding under like $1.5 million.
I believe it would be, yes.
So it's actually for both sides, for your team and for them as well.
Yes.
And so, but we are not asking, and for this additional work, we pay for the financial support for this work, even though it's additional work.
Yeah, the expectation would be that they would do this work within their current resourcing.
Current resources. And also, and when this information come back to the councils, and then no additional financial ask to implement what lessons learned. I just want to get clarification on that piece as well.
Can you repeat that last part one more time? I'm sorry.
So when the work come back, and then like I just want to confirm there is no additional financial asking, and then dollar amount asking to implement what's you learned from this.
No,
process.
that would not be the intention, although I imagine when they do lessons learned, recommendations might come forward to envision what could be better done in future, but we certainly aren't considering using this as some sort of financial ask.
So that is not the intention for this for this motion. Okay.
But even there is everything related to budget has to come to council for approval anyways, right? So yeah.
They need approval. But for me to ask this question, Mr. Mayor, and I really want to focus on we are doing for the continuous improvement perspective, is not for the financial asking perspective.
Correct. It's about continuous improvement, lessons learned.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions. Now to speak. Anyone to speak before I go to Councillor Stevenson to close? Seeing none, Councillor Stevenson.
Nothing further to add. I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Okay, all right, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes 10.1. Any notice of motions or motions without customary notice?
I don't think we can give any notice because we're not an exec, the next exec. Well, we can't.
I can.
You can.
One more, yeah, okay. But I don't see any notice of motions or motions without customary notice. And that means we are adjourned at 2:55.